Alright, we're live.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, you may therefore have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been. In fact, its conclusion is not yet. It is in that way that my book is. It is in that way that you, without you, there is. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Okay, this is a little loud. Wait, are the footsteps not in the volume settings? I don't think they are.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend.
Okay, let's turn main volume double. And then I'll turn it overall down or Windows. Like 30%. It's crazy that no game can get audio right.
He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them. Rollo finally noticed the tears swelling in his friend's eyes and the flowers on the grave.
Okay, that was random.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon. Rollo looked to the side suspiciously. Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion? There are more of those special charms to discover. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who... Some of them can be found in this. Oh my, this is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been... You'll recall I was a bit coy. Excuse me. You are about to encounter... There are certain times in this tale. Step forth, dear...
Oh, okay. There's Gran.
Lucas stared at his feet and muttered under his... Right, of course. I forgot.
Which way's upstairs? Oh, there's the stairs.
Grand's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation. Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
I hope those things aren't necessarily required, because I'm skipping over a lot of interactable stuff.
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Okay, so these are dialogue options.
We were just gonna go chill for the day. The best lies are built on truth. Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charm. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle. The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with
I'm just gonna do the same
gonna
thing.
go chill for the day. The best lies. Easy. Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Okay, well, where do they go? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're looking for a warehouse. Guess we can't go that way.
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we? Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Okay, I have to. I assume it's Scar the Cane, right?
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon. A promise Gran regretted the second it was made. The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood. The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz. Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
We just go through it, right? Okay, never mind. Guess we'll go around.
Luca knew that if he gave up now, he'd never hear the... As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained. One more to go. The fence's buzzing gave way to... Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things. The dormant building showed strange signs of life. There was only one way to find out. Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to... The sound of footsteps grew louder. The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door. This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself, but change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy. But don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story did. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something.
Okay, well... Oh, I have nothing else to choose there. It wouldn't let me choose the one I just got. Does this put me right in the dialogue or right before it?
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
I guess that works. I was expecting to have to go find a lot of stuff. Okay, so do these characters know about what's happened before? Or is this the first time again for them?
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Is that a body?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag. Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag. Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster. Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear
Why would they
Rollo's footsteps as
stagger?
they
Why don't
faded
just
away.
both run?
15, 16, 17. He tried not to think. 35, 36, 37. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as a... Chapter 3. Finding a friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence. Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even. A sturdy old wheelbarrow. Young Luca would. She always. A beginner's guide.
Just spam all the interactables. So we get more stuff while we wait.
A pair of dulce. The only piece of furniture. A faint electronic sound floated in the air.
Okay, that's probably the walkie-talkies we've got, right? It's very loud.
Gran's bed was. Luca didn't mind. It meant that he could. Gran had commandeered the. Some things need. Luca paused at his. He just was. Just some dusty nick. Since Gran had moved and more covered. Gran had already lit the. She kept a war.
Definitely shouldn't answer the door, but... Oh, okay, that's fine.
A pit formed in Luca's stomach. Luca's mouth felt dry. Luca could feel his heart beating in his... The road leading to Beacon Pines was long, a sort of natural barrier. Mr. Sinclair attacked it.
I don't think there was a library, was there? Or not that we've seen. Oh, there's the library.
Caught Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing. Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology. He gestured to the shelves. The bottom corner shelf was a dust. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular biology and the mycological. The entire top level of the library, most of which were Hank Atomic. Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide. Sally C. Luca Brush 30 recipes. A peek behind the methods and room. One of the great by. There were rarely simply a variety. Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connection. She would tell you she prefers it that way. Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably. Beck pulled a coin from her pocket. Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost. Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals. As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust. Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought. Well, time to bust out the strange. Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye. At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
Okay, well, they're dead.
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Okay, should I redo that? Or is his question mark? No, whatever. You probably deserve it.
The person at the warehouse, this strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this? Beck glanced toward Luca. Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca.
I mean, it could
which
be
was
lying.
quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4, Our Harvest. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath. Luca was alone. The house was empty. Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box inside, where Luca's Luca closed, holding it interesting with a prat the water the pond. Sometimes pallid Luca's Dad, sorry, the relentless Dad. His father, none of it's Dad. Luca, grab, please. The ice, that's his chest. You toss a shock of the chair to Luca. Try. He watched Dad, the gentle. Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise. Lolo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static. The signal went silent. Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the pass. Lolo's voice began to fade. With that, the signal died for good. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
So this way? Okay, not that way.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted. Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side. Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath. The three shared a determined look. Whenever Luca saw it reminded him of the days Luca opened the tackle. Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring? Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pot. Luca gently baited a feather on, good for skimming the surface.
Okay, maybe I'm not supposed to hold it.
Luca gently baited, good for skimming the
Alright,
Luca
well, I guess
tied
we'll
a short
try
fish.
with them.
Luca placed a sometimes.
We get
Luca gently
multiple
pulled for
things.
skimming the surface.
Oh wait, it said check mark, didn't it? Okay,
Luca
yeah, I've done
gently
everything.
first.
Okay, whatever.
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket. He strained to hear as a muffled voice began. Fear gripped Luca's throat. Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca. Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger. Luca slumped to the ground, over. Iggy slumped to his knees. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window. Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face. Kerr's smile faltered. Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC. Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca? Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr. Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor. Kerr turned his back on the two boys. With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe let's put a pin in this for...
Okay, so the only real choice I have here is this one.
Well, time to bust out the tickles. Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms. Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough. Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered. Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Okay, so now they both did.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could. Chapter 4, The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his prime... Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching. Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down. Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca. Roxy drew herself up. Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca. Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod. Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up. Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start. Luca motioned to the phone booth. Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder. Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes, a deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help. Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped. A deep sigh bellowed from his chest. Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder. With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth. The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Yeah, I kind of assumed he would be part of it.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Okay, well, I can't do anything there. I only had one option. I've done all that. Okay, I guess struggle is new. Because this is the branch where I explored the warehouse on my own.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object. Maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table, only the sound of silverware and chewing. Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and had a way of making questions seem like. Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper. Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle. A bit much. Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing. Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Luca handed the jam to Mr. Nuncreed, and he nestled it with both hands. Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
Okay, so who else wanted the... Because up that way is just towards the warehouse. I guess we haven't been this way. Hey, Milk. Oh, that's not good. Did you find it? Yeah, I did.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple. With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. He leaned in a bit further. Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear. He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
It's nothing, like, super special. We basically click on everything to get words, and then we can use those words to fill in dialect choices.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know
Okay,
is
regret
great
going
towns
to this
grow
place.
from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines
No, not
without
education.
telling the story of one
It's a
Sharper
story game.
Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand
So
vision.
far, the story
A vision
is
of a community
we went
dedicated to a
to
better
a
tomorrow.
warehouse.
In
This
his
is
own
kind of
words,
hard to talk while
a
this is
better
going.
tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular
But we
mind
went to a
harness it.
warehouse, and there
Lucky for
was
us,
a
we
hazmat
decided
guy
to grow
that
that
threw a
vision
body
here
in a
in Beacon
dumpster.
Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow?
So we
With
kind of
fertilizer,
need
of course.
to figure out
Valentine's
what's going
Fertilizer
on.
Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Riverfence Fund.
And there was some goo at the factory that caused stuff to age rapidly. Which I'm guessing was the fertilizer that messed everything up.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
Okay, so we're giving jam
She
to all the
leaned forward
accomplices.
and pinched Luca's cheek.
So I assume this is something to do with the evil stuff.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably. Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam. Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back. Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
Okay, well, they wanted a sweet burger. Do I need to put both the patty and the candy? Okay, well, this said cactus. Okay, no, that wasn't right. Can I redo that?
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Cold cuts, house chili. Okay, ham and chili. Very weird. Chicken bacon. Alright, that's the only normal order so far.
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate. Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Okay, we walked past that once. I think it's this way.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
Wait, don't go back. I'm gonna just... Okay, fine. Just auto walking and not have control.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod. Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that. Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence. Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes. Luca wiped his face with his sleeve. Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table. Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath. Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended. Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds. Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up. Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually, probably. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
Oh wait, if I choose break, would that mean there'd be no storm? I guess we can just come back to this if it doesn't work.
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds. At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Yeah, I guess it would've. Oh well, let's see where this goes.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of... Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look. Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh. Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet. Luca flicked at one of the toggles. Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Okay, really spit
He
words
flipped
here.
open the attached card. Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window. Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night. Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up. As abruptly as it began, the storm abated. Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5, Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca, he'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in 3. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
I feel like we're probably gonna be too late. Oh, if you have to go to the store, someone's probably taking it. Did you check the pants pockets in the laundry? Oh, is the treehouse not that way? Oh, yes, that was the warehouse. Wait, why are they still here? Okay, whatever. Is this treehouse? Do I have to do this again? No, I'm just gonna skip that.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone and it always meant one thing. Rollo scoffed. Luca stumbled on his words.
Yeah, this is. I mean, not exactly what I thought was gonna happen, but we were too late. So I'll have to roll back to the clowns.
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance. Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger. The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line, but it was too late. Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he... Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night. Gran cooed gently from the hallway. Luca just wanted to be... He waited to hear the sound of the front door. Luca dozed off again. Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation. The Adventures of Hank Atom. Luca carefully opened the cover, and Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway. Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast he looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working. Dad. Taking
Okay,
up, he
I don't
jangled
care
and
about
lifted
dreams,
the
so skip
source.
all that.
Luca's in across from the figures. Well, make yourself. Luca held it. Their yellow gloved hand. It's a coal. Luca peered at it. Tiny building. Luca could see people. Luca leapt to it. We've got it. The figure gave. Why waste? And the figure bent. They only cannot like. Luca's voice. Us. The figure with a jolt. A cloud of Luca's own face. Older. The sensation as if he'd the doppelganger. I tried. He gestured. And all it. Luca stabbed. You. Luca felt his father was every this. Luca watched. Welp. Luca watched in a flash. What? Luca felt her. Just remember. Luca woke up. Luca rubbed his eye. The kind, concerned face of his gran came in. Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg. Luca gave a reluctant nod. Luca took a deep breath.
This branch is going on longer than I thought it would.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, if one is not careful. The same familiarity that builds this. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in, but the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo. Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
I'm guessing that'll be the library, right? Which is this way? Now. Here we go. This is the library.
Kato's eyes lit with Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing. Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Okay, so the comic section.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5 from... Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition. Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word. He continued flipping. Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
Wait, I thought the cart was here. Maybe it's this cart up this way? This food cart. Okay, that's the food cart.
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog. Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog. Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper. He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip. Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
Okay, at the fountain. Oh wait, it's probably up these steps, right? To the fountain and then up the steps.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
Takes flight but has no wings. I mean, it's probably the tree house, right? Oh.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
I guess that makes sense. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say the treehouse is the only place we haven't been.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Okay, now we're on the treehouse. Wait, no, this is the warehouse, right? Yeah, not this way. I feel like I should know where things are by now. Okay, it's this way.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter. Luca, some things are going to happen that might, if I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried everything I've done. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran. Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder. Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary. Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse. It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Okay, so we just got ice.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
Okay, so now we're gonna
Two
roll back to the
boys.
storm.
Reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends in a silent treehouse turned statuary. For the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the... I won't accept. There are more endings. We are just going to have to sort through them all.
Okay, there's this one. We could run away. But it has to be this one, right?
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night.
Just undo the last hour of work.
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence. Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate. Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate. Beck's voice was an excited whisper. The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners. A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand. Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask. Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into...
Okay, so Gran moved to the town.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Is it this way? No, it's not this way.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up. Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh. He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped. The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Okay, well, we can't really go around them, can we? Oh, we can't. Right, this way. Can we sneak past these guys?
Rollo waggled his head with pride. Luca sucked in a long breath. Rollo let out a low whistle. Rollo and Luca shot back a look. Luca gazed out the window. Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day. Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room. Rollo flung open the cabinet. He coughed as a veil of dust. A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen. Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back. The three crowded around the hutch to with the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power. Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb. Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at. He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle. Rollo looked up with heightened surprise. Rollo's finger traced across the page. Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time. Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages. Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter. Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes. Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon
I feel like
Pines.
we're taking too long here, really get caught.
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger. He jabbed down at the end point. Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The
I'm gonna
kids
see
looked
the
up,
thing is
the
a
tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump. 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 At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure. With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure, pressing his fingers to the man's neck. As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo. Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain: they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided. They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl. Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table. He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate. The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again. Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears. Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever. He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy. His voice faded to a whisper. With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Okay, well, I don't think it started with the History Museum. It had to start with the warehouse, right? Yeah, I guess we're in the library.
Chapter 8, 6 Feet Under, 3 Towns Over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth. Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod. Rollo muttered under his breath. Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind. The question hung in the air.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking they weren't related because I think Gran is like a hedgehog or something.
Beck rubbed her eyes. Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Well, it's open. Okay, never mind.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything. Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth. He flipped the lid to read the label. As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Probably something in that jam.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
So, Nuncreed is the dog at the store, and he's with the evil people. Is Gran maybe like a double agent? Trying to sabotage it?
Just some dusty knickknacks.
That's still open.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow. Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival. He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage. Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away a single tear. He thumped the podium to emphasize each word. Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, enwrapped. Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd. His voice began to build to a crescendo. The crowd began to look around nervously. Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards. He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Okay, so I think the only place we can really roll back to is
At that moment, a merciless
tree
wall
house
of
on the other
impossibly
side
cold
where we
air
ran away.
ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, This was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. There's that ice again! Maybe we should just quit? No, we got a little close, please.
Oops, no. I didn't mean to hit it like that. Okay, I guess
They'd run the
we'll
classic
just start this,
good
and then we'll
cop,
go back to the tree. I think we
sly
can just
cop interrogation.
skip over all this instead of having to go through it all again.
Luca and Ro. With a few crisp snaps, she roused
Yes.
Mr. Tolliver.
I don't want to do that. Okay, we need to go. I think it's this one. We're at the treehouse. We ran away. I mean, this flying chill, that's not really going to help us any. But I feel like this is a complete dead end.
Luca squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut. Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain. Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying. Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded. Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket. The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines." fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice. Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice. The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion. Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence. Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly. He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle. Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn. Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut. That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more. The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room. He looked at his mother.
This doesn't know the
Luca
dream.
turned
We're
to
just gonna skip
doppelganger.
this.
The figure pizza made. Not that you don't. Lucas. The doppelganger. The last day. The day he. Luca turned. That's not the doppelganger. Everything. Let me show the world. Luca was the doppelganger. He grabbed Luca. It was his parent. Do you remember? Luca, he could see. Damn it. She was his father. There's a I won't. Luca's mom. Walt. What's right. I could never. Eleanor. Spare me. What about Luca Flynn? Walt turned. Luca with tear. Mom. Walt dropped nothing. Luca played. It's down. Walt just listen to me. I'll be back. Luca had promised. Walt stood by with a wink. A figure approached soundlessly from the... It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower. Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor. When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult. Iggy huffed with gratification. Nat began to turn away indifferently. Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off. Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes. Nat took a deep breath in. Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened. Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered. Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him. He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out. Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth.
Oh, so this is the treehouse
He
spot.
dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard. A headstone.
Oh no,
A dry
this is
whisper escaped
the burial
Luca's
spot?
lips. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow. He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
So 259 Kelvin, I think it's like negative 10, negative 20.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs. Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
It's 14, yeah, it's close.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve. Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
Oh, I didn't think that was going to be positive with Fahrenheit.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look. A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
Okay, well, I guess we can't do anything with that. That kind of looks like tire tracks. Yeah, and minus 14's below 0, so that explains all the ice. But I thought it was going to be colder with this much ice.
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on. Luca rolled his eyes with realization. Iggy stifled a chuckle. Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
I don't think they said it was the middle of summer, did they? Oh no, the town froze a long time ago. And then they moved everyone and all the stuff to a new town. And that's where we've been playing most of the game. Yeah, so this is the original town. Everything was going fine. And then they made fertilizer, which made everything grow really fast. But then I guess it got out of hand and froze everything. That's where they made the new town. And people can't really grow stuff for the new town because the soil isn't as good at the new location. And they made everyone think it was a bad harvest or something.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts. Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation. Kerr scratched the back of his head. His face contorted into a saccharine grin. Kerr snapped his fingers. Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance. Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Yeah, I don't think they have to be ignited.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence. After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration. Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air. With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. Shouldn't have done anything.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat. Mr. Kerr gasped with insult. With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody. Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack. Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp. Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
The actual mayor isn't here. The guy on the far side is, I guess, just kind of running things, but not really the mayor.
Luca felt his hand slipping. A calm settled over Iggy's face. Iggy's
Well, I think
voice
we're about
was
to kill two
colder
people.
than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
So we'll see how this plays out. Okay, it's gonna be a choice. So I guess we're probably gonna find both ways. Refuse, accepts. Let's try accept first.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
I don't think there's nothing we can really do for
With a
refuse
quiet
unless
blink,
someone's about to show
Luca
up.
watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Maybe the box fires, right? Yeah, there they go.
We have some idea what that would look like. A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes. With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger? I was even starting to like it. No way. I refuse. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Okay, well, I guess that was a very short.
Luca had no choice
Wish
but to
won't return to
refuse
this.
Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time.
Could radio Rolla,
Luca
right?
pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Okay, so that's a complete dead end. I mean, the only thing we haven't done is be a slide detective or a chill detective. I guess we'll do slide, see what that does.
They'd run the classic. Luca
Because
and Rollo
we
ducked
didn't
behind
have
a
that
barrel,
when we were
leaving
here
Beck
the
to
first
her
time.
task.
No, I accidentally picked this branch and then picked slide just to get through it real quick so we could go do all the stuff we just did.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
So we haven't actually done this one yet.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was going to be easy. Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the ropes. Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
Okay, so they are on our side.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle. Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune. Beck blinked slowly in disappointment. She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back. Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement. The road leading to Beacon Pines, a sort of natural barrier for the...
Should we? I guess we'll talk to them. Now that we know they're kind of the good guys. Okay, whatever. So we need to go... Where are we going? Oh, the drugstore.
Gus looked around nervously. Eris's cry hung in the air. Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice. Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
I mean, we already know this is an
Beck cupped
elevator.
her hands on the
But I
glass
guess
to peek
they don't know
inside.
that.
Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad. The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
Mining Operations Alpha. Harris main office. And warehouse.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons. Joseph waited for a moment in silence. He gestured toward the strange tubes. Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh. He shook his head wistfully. Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children. Luca began to laugh. The color drained from Nuncreed's face. Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
Okay, so it was Green that nuked everyone. Okay, so I think that was the mining operation.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold. As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center.
Well, she wasn't gonna blow it up until daytime.
He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind. Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes. Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder. Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened. They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement. They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
Okay, well, I would guess leap is probably the correct option. So let's do the incorrect one first.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother, shivering in the raw snow. He began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely.
Okay, maybe that's the right choice.
As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly.
It's not Gran, it's his mother that, I guess, got hit with goo and turns old.
He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies. Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness. Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow. For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers. Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under Perennial Harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside. Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone. Whispers filtered through the crowd. Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face. He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground. Kerr gave a bow of deference. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change. Sharper examined his new hands. Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd. William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards. A helpless quiet settled over the crowd. Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous. Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow. Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles. And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but you can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just... Let's see.
Okay, so the right side is completely done. The bottom's completely done. There is this one for chill, but I don't think that's really going to change anything. So I guess we'll go back here and weep and... I don't know. Let me see what that does.
And in the stillness, it was all just falling to his knees. The tears crystallized as they... Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary. She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed. Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuating. Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Okay, I didn't expect that one to be so short. I guess we'll do
and run to
the other
Luca.
interrogation.
Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story in a town brought low the end. Well, on the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find...
Yeah, I think that's the only choice, unless the one we just got. There's malice here, which we got by going down this path. So I guess we'll try this. Which one was this one? Oh, this is where you shoved a smooth thumb boot.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna
Luca felt the
change
weight
anything.
of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but... Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Okay, why couldn't they just escape earlier? Well, whatever. This is definitely progress, though, because we went down that whole tree to get that word.
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating.
Okay, I think we're going to the tree house, right?
He aired a long holler into the woods. Luca felt his eyes getting heavy. He conceded to its lumpy... Once again, Luca found himself in a... This time, he took
Okay, we're
the
skipping
world.
the dream.
He found a sword. He
So
plucked
I
soon
think
Luca
this
stood
is
up.
the
He
part
plucked a keep
where
the void you made. Luca
Brother
turned
was
dead.
missing. You were looking for him?
Luca found... Wait, another that without no... Yes, Luca's... Of course. I'm as Luca turned. Andy, the doppelganger. I'm as real as through his thought timed. Luca was startled from his dream by a commanding voice rumbled. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, Chapter 5. Dangers Big and Small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole. figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Okay, so Rolo got hit with the cue as well.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo, only bigger, changed. Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca. Luca moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window. His hands shot up to his face. Rolo shadowboxed a few jabs. With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca. She shot a nervous glance at Rolo. Beck's eyes narrowed. Ilona tried to put on a smile. She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically. She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair. Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs. Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed. Rollo started to wiggle with excitement. Chapters: The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement.
I'm guessing we'll probably use the badge we
This
got from the
could
dead body.
just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread, even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments. He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure. Beck snorted an involuntary giggle. They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence.
Okay, I have no idea where they would be. Just assuming he'll probably show up somewhere in town. Or not. How about up here? Okay, the whole town is empty. Oh, this guy needs to...
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker. The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly. Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Okay, well this guy likes junk, right?
Luca wasn't ready. He shouted out,
Okay, I'm glad we don't have to do like a whole... Whoops. I'm glad we don't have to do a
Jeff's brow perked up.
story thing for each of those choices.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor. Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh. One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home. Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Okay, now we need help from the other two. Oh, here they are.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspicious. Luca knew he tried. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point. A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face. Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement. With a quick nod, Luca was off. Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile. A single tear ran down Tish's cheek. Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms. He had to think quick. Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt. With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters. He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard. Rollo interrupted with urgency in his... Rollo panicked. The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence. The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy. Solomon stopped in his tracks. A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
Hey, Leo. It's going all right. Yeah, I think this was last week. Maybe the week before.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
It's been a whole lot of reading.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Yeah, I saw that one. I don't really know what kind of game it is, but I made a thumbnail for it.
Luca tried the handle. Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism. Luca smiled and looked at his watch. She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle. The light on the keypad changed from red to green. Luca switched on his walkie-talkie. On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Oh no, that's not a rush. I got a bunch of other things to do. I wasn't expecting to do those 2 games for at least a few weeks.
Luca pecked out his best guess: underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background. Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile. Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
I'm glad the game remembered that for me because I wasn't actually paying attention to the number.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button. He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger. Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie. With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway. Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth. Nellie sighed. Solomon muttered inaudibly.
Yeah, we already know this guy's the bad guy, but the character doesn't because we're on a different timeline.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath. Luca tugged on each of the cap. Luca held his hand up to the ashtray. With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway. Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul. Solomon clapped with genuine delight. Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form. Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the... Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm. Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca. Luca jiggled the vial mockingly. She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables. He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity. A deep uncertainty washed over Beck. She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon. With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick. The blood drained from Kerr's face. Solomon shook his head with gratification. A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
So surely she swapped the vial, right?
The color dropped from Luca's face. Luca was overwhelmed with emotion. A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8, Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, It was in a different... They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had. They made their way out from deep within.
Okay, so is this just gonna end up being
Solomon
the
pulled a
same?
glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
Okay, she did swap it.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back? I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Okay, that's not what I was thinking we did.
His body and face began to contort and expand.
I mean, it doesn't... No, okay, it did work.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl. Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their heart. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Okay, I kind of thought that was going to be the end of it. I mean, the music is still going, so maybe this is the end? So that was a pretty interesting game where you have to go down the wrong paths to get the keys to do the right path. I'm not gonna bother talking to any of these people. Cause I need to go soon. Wait. No, this is... Are we going to the treehouse? No, we're going to the... Where are these bunnies? Yeah, this way. Hold on. Weeds.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
Okay. I guess it didn't matter that I didn't get that earlier. Wild ride to Old Beacon Pines, okay. But I don't think there's really anything else we need to do. Oh, okay, we're planting a new tree here.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to... It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
So if he only did the correct path, and he didn't need to go down the bad paths, the story wouldn't really make all that much sense. They would just kind of stumble into things going correctly. Also, I don't think they even know this is Old Pines in this timeline. Also, that tree's probably gonna die in the cold before it warms up. Okay, so that was interesting. Let's see. So the next game on the list is Ghost Recon Future Soldier, but I could wait. I could move that to the end of the list so it's right before the other two Ghost Recon ones. I guess we could jump all the way to the Caravan Sandwich, the one that I got today. Yeah, let's try that one next time. Or tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Friday. And then... what was the other one? Oh yeah, We Were Here Together. I asked Snowfo if she wanted to do that, but I guess she hasn't been online since then. I guess that'll also get pushed to the end of the list. I haven't bothered to make a thumbnail for that because I haven't heard back from her. Alright, let's see. There's no small streamers, I guess. Little default Alex. Look, came back just in time for it to be the end of stream. I don't know if she's here anymore. Anyway, there's the raid, so goodbye everyone.